Okay. Good morning, everybody. Let's make sure this is active here. 10 a.m. I'm 3 minutes late. I apologize. Let's give it a minute for people to hop in. Oh, that's hot. I am testing out a new audio setup, so if the audio sounds better or worse or anything, definitely let me know so that we can fire our sound person or give them a raise. Sounds okay. It should sound fantastic. All right. So we also added a little bar right here because every stream people ask what lens you're working on. So I figure I just keep that running there. Audio's a little hot. Let's turn that down. Thank you. That's the kind of feedback I need. Bring that down. Every decibel of your sip. Yeah, we changed the positioning and setup of the actual microphone and then did a bunch of EQ stuff, running some plugins. So it should be a lot more crisp. You should be able to hear everything that I'm doing with the lenses, which is kind of the idea. Okay, I guess we'll hop right into it. First one up, as the handy new bar says, is the Zeiss Contax 16mm f2.8 with the clever built-in filter. Very similar to the the Leica 19mm version 2 that also has a filter built in like that. Oh man. That's going to be obnoxious. How do I don't know how to mute my phone. Do not disturb. How about that? All right, back to the lens. So yeah, the 19mm version 2 Leica has a very similar filter selector. In fact, I think it has the same colors even. But the Leica is at the front of the lens, this is at the rear of the lens. Doesn't really matter, the filters are still in the same position. So I don't know if you'll be able to see it here, but that's the quote-unquote red filter. That's the UV, so it's clear. There's the yellow and blue. It's pretty subtle, but definitely meant for like landscape stuff. But overall, this one's in pretty good condition. A little bit of wear and tear on the engravings, but mechanically not bad. Something that is very common with this lens is this cap that it came with. It's got little bumps. There you go. Now you can see it. And if you don't put it on in the right spot, there's the loose spot. It can just sort of fall off. But if you put it on and then rotate it, you can feel these like high spots where it grabs. So now it's really on there. not the best design, but whatever. We will not be adding any front rings to this lens because there are no filter threads. And anything that we do put on the front would cause vignetting on a full frame sensor. So we're not doing anything to the front, despite the description. I believe it says that we're doing a front ring, but we're not. So okay. See, that's why I never leave caps on. I was trying to keep it on just because I knew it wasn't going to need it. Wasn't going to need to take it off, but it's dangerous. Even without it, it still rocks. So, counterbalance it. Oh, forgot my cups. That is some odd adhesive in there. It's very stringy. I'm also hoping that the new audio setup blocks out some of the machine shop sounds. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're not, Antonio, they're not running the big machines today. At least not yet. So, we'll see what happens when they do. This screw's a little marred up, but not too bad. Not stripped. Hey, I thought I put that on Do Not Disturb. That's pretty clean. I was not expecting it to be that clean. This linkage is critical because there are two shifting points that determine where your aperture ends up. And if you don't get those lined up correctly, then you have an off exposure. Not magnetic. What's going on? It is. Oh, it came out. I didn't even realize it. It was right there. Philip, why do you love it when I do Contax mods? Because they're challenging? I do my best to sort of talk out loud, but yeah, there's a lot to say about Contax lenses. They just have so much history, and they weren't appreciated for what they were when they were new. And I'm equally guilty. I never appreciated Contax lenses as photo lenses. I mean, I started on a Canon AE1, which was my father's. So I never even considered Zeiss Contax primes back when I was doing film photography. Oh, there goes the big machines. Antonio, I don't know what year this... I've spent so much time researching Leica R lenses. I have an exhaustive database of years of manufacture and diaphragm blades and actual weight in grams of each lens and all sorts of stuff. But I haven't really done that as well for Zeiss Contax, so I'm not entirely sure. I know there are some Zeiss Contax fanboys out there that have a lot of that data, and I just need to dedicate a couple days to getting that database going. My brush is starting to crack. Here's an okay indicator of age. Lens made in West Germany, which tells you that this was made during that whole crisis. I don't know what you would consider it. Basically, the East German Zeiss was Russian for all intents and purposes. Which is why you probably won't see me modding Jena lenses, because the Jena stuff was East Germany. And they were, as far as I have been told, the East German Zeiss company, the Jena factory, was taken over and was under Soviet control. And it was basically just four walls and a roof. They didn't have the staff, they didn't have the machines, they didn't have the policies and the procedures. So Jena lenses, even though they say Zeiss, to me aren't really Zeiss. In fact, there's a section on Zeiss's website about the history and the challenges of Jena versus Oberkochen and the internal battle between those two factories, even before the whole East-West Germany issues. Found a brochure for that lens dated 1975. Yeah, that seems pretty spot on. I love reading old lens brochures, especially the sample images that they used. American Cinematographer has a fantastic historical department or committee, the historic, I forget what they call it. And they're basically cataloging, they're digitizing all of the old issues, going back to like, oh, I can't even remember. I think it's like the 20s or something like that. But seeing the old camera manufacturer and lens manufacturer ads in that magazine is pretty fascinating. Oh, come on. I think it's sealed again. Okay, so here is the most important part. The blades need to actuate at just the right spot, and they can't go too far and they can't fall too short. We're just barely off here. Alright, that's perfect right where it is. Whoa. Sorry, that's loud. It's not helping. It's really clogged. Oh, it's still liquid. I need another. Oh yeah, it's all jammed up. Antonio, yeah, the front element's in pretty good shape. It does have some minor scuffs on it. Come on. Well, that didn't help very much. There it goes. All right. Yeah, this needs to be refilled. just not getting enough. All right, we'll do this the hard way. See, that's why. That's way too dry. Okay, that's much better. This definitely needs to be replaced. Our timing is still really good. All right, I'm happy with that. So yeah, the front element, it's got some really minor, see if you catch the reflection just right, see that scuff there. There's another one right here on the edge. Right there, that'll probably clean off though. Okay. Alright, that clocking all works well, and we have full travel. See, somebody always asks. Okay. This doesn't have a perfectly symmetrical shape, which people have brought up recently after we've done some mods, but right now it's nice and symmetrical, but every now and again one of the blades will get hung up, which is not uncommon for Contax primes, but it'll create a sort of a asymmetric shape. There's no way to know when it will do it. So if you have a Contax prime and you notice that one of your aperture poles, you have a weird shaped aperture, just pull it again and it should be corrected. This one's staying really consistent, but I saw it a minute ago and it wasn't that perfect hexagon. Yeah, it's good now. I don't know what causes it to do that. I think it's just some play in the iris blades. Aperture still feels perfect. No binding, no high spots. Excellent. Let's try and clean up that front element now. Oh yeah, you can see the remnants of fungus. See those patterns? That's much better. It's not perfect, but the element wasn't perfect to begin with. Still a couple. You can also see a taper in the coating itself. It's really green here by the edge, and then it's pretty neutral towards the center. So it's an uneven deposit. I don't think this is an A-sphere. No, it's not. There you go. So these can accept iris gears. I think most people just don't see a need for them. So it's not too often that we do an iris gear on a Contax. It's really only necessary if you're using a motor or you're on some kind of remote rig. All right. Next. Which one is this? It's a 28. I can never remember if it's the 2.8 or the 2. F2. This is a very popular Contax lens. Very hard to find in good condition. This one has a decent amount of wear and tear. You can see on the mount right here. Change the description. The description should have both. I think. I can't see it anymore. The description should have... Oh. I know what you're saying now. Yes. Not the description. The my little title. 28mm f2.0. See if it works. Bingo. Thank you, Antonio. Okay. See if that fits in there. There we go. Okay. It does have a little bit more wear than I would like. You can see the anodizing on the mount has almost worn through. And the engravings are a little dirty. Certainly not bad, but the glass is in excellent condition. Except for this blemish here. Let's hope that's just oil. Nope, that is definitely a blemish. See that? Right there. Someone either put it down on top of something. You know, that's, oh, it's so close. This, I don't know if you can see on here, they cut a taper into the rear housing. You can see it there. This is from the factory, so how the ring tapers down. And I'm pretty sure that was in order to clear the shutter. I think. But in doing that, they've just barely exposed the glass. So someone might have put this down without paying attention. AEG or it shouldn't affect the image. As far as I know, the glass between AEG and MM stayed the same. Now let's hope these aren't super tight. This is where a lot of people give up on modding, because you can really, really ruin a lens by stripping the screws. It goes from a simple mod that most people can do on their own to needing to really, drill out or retap or something much more extensive. So if you feel like the screw is too tight, or if you feel like, sorry, I'll wait till that air hose is done. As I was saying, if you feel like the screw is too tight, or you feel like you're about to start stripping it, just stop, because you're only going to make it worse. Something kind of loose in there. Yeah, there's all that 3 bond. It's holding the whole mount on. Oh, that's a lot. Or Loctite, not 3 bond. There it goes. Oh yeah. All of that glue. I'll tidy that up. Grease isn't too bad. It's got a lot of dirt and dust trapped in here. Ooh. Okay, Perfect. Okay. So this one is not. This is a good example of what you don't want to have. At the wide, it's good, but it stops moving right there, but we still have all this travel where it doesn't do anything. So that's the incorrect clocking. Okay, so now when we get to the end of travel, it still has full range of motion. It doesn't stop prematurely. That's perfect. No focus rings for these. Yes, these are getting gears. The 16 had the focus gear put on already. There you go. Next step. Beautiful, solid black Delrin CNC machined, proper 32 pitch. See those teeth? That's not, it's not just teeth cut into the side of a ring. Those are proper. That's going to need a lot more trimming. Lee. My next goal is a set of these to round off my vintage lens collection, added to the Nikkor Hayas and Mamiya. These would be a great rounding to that collection. I guess that's going to fit okay. Okay. These are not in order. That's the 85. That's the 35. So where's the 28? It's 25. Maybe I wrote it as a 28. Well, we're going to do this one. Maybe it's not in the description, but 25 2.8. Oh my God. The phone is ridiculous. That was surprisingly easy. Or maybe I spoke too soon. Oh, that's good. I need to remove this song. There we go. It's in pretty good shape. Not a ton of glue, but it does have some oil. Did I watch F1 quali today? I did. Mercedes, as expected. But Racing Point, I was not expecting, especially Hulkenberg. I hope that he has a fantastic comeback, though. Racing Point. That's so true. That's why I don't like them. Other than that, I have no problem with them, but that bothers me so much. And I'm glad that they got, what was it, 15 points deducted? Yeah, the money thing is whatever. All those teams, the press they get from getting a penalty like that will more than make up for the money. But the constructor points, you can't replace that. This is a lot of old grease. After the results of the Cine Prime tests, did you sell out of the Sigma 50? No. People stick to their guns really, really strictly. Even in a blind test like that, if they are shown that they prefer something like the Sigma, they'll still, brush it off, say, well, Ares better to me, or Zeiss is better. And I completely understand that. You have the producer factor when you're on set. Just because lens A performs better than lens B doesn't mean that you can adopt it across all of your productions. Sometimes you have that producer factor where you have to have a well-known name brand lens on the front of the camera just to make an impression on set to the people writing checks or to the people with unjust creative input. Sorry again about the noise. Hey, there's Phil. It's interesting because optically so much punches above its weight these days. Brand image is becoming less of an issue. I agree, Phil. People are starting to wise up. I think the Chinese lens options are a perfect example. The companies that don't have an established name. And they're starting to produce some really decent lenses. Oh, just a tiny bit of that dead zone again. Right at the very end. Right there. It's only like 5 degrees of rotation, but even that's too much. That's better. Jim, I changed the clocking. There's 2 sets of screws, these 2 here and these 2 here. that are both simultaneously adjustable, that achieve the same, together they achieve the result that we need. But you have to usually adjust both, but since I didn't touch these, I only had to adjust these. And that feels really good. So you can hear that now with the new audio setup. You couldn't hear that before. Unfortunately, now you can hear everything else in the building. Lee, yeah, that's exactly. DZO is pretty much what I was referring to. So a little inside scoop here. We've been reviewing them for a couple weeks now, and I'm pretty impressed. So Duclos lenses will be an official carrier of DZO lenses. So if you're gonna buy those, get them from Duclos. Obviously, because it helps the business, but also because we will QC them, and if they are not within spec, they get kicked back to the factory. Speaking of new stuff, Phil, if you're still there, are you interested in giving the MKRF a spin on the Komodo, specifically? Oh, good. The very first field test came back positive. So we're going to be going to production on those probably this weekend. In fact, there's a nice shiny piece of beautiful 7075, almost too shiny. But there you go, Phil. All yours. Look at that. Prototype. It's a little beat up already after the first field test. So, come and get it. That's before the stream started. That's all I've been doing this morning was getting that reinstalled and calibrated. Yeah, everybody was saying that full frame is the future and Super 35 is dead. But now that Komodo's out, I mean, you got a whole new life in Super 35. And, oh man, I don't know if you guys have seen the rumored Canon Komodo competitor. That looks very interesting. Hey George, welcome back. Happy Saturday. What Canon is that? I don't know what it's called. I just saw it on one of the rumor sites. It's basically, I think it's like a tiny bit bigger than the Komodo, but all Canon. Obviously RF mount, I think. Let me see if I can find it here. I forget where I saw it. I don't know. It was one of the rumor forums. I don't know. If anybody has that link. Canon has had a low-end box. Yeah, the ME something, ME20, the super low light one. That's basically that form factor is what everybody wants now. So yeah, Canon's been ahead of that curve, but it didn't have the features that everybody wanted. And to that end, you could argue that Zcam has been ahead of that too. Zcam had their tiny little micro four thirds. Same thing with the, what was it, the Blackmagic Micro or whatever. So I think now that Red has the Komodo, they're basically bringing a legitimacy to that form factor. Rumor said it's the C200 sensor though. That's not a bad thing. I mean, if you look at the part that was really appealing to me was the Canon was rumored to be around $4,000, which at that point you're almost in high-end DSLR territory. Jacob, my thoughts on the DCO lenses. Punching way above their weight. I think that they are worth way more than they're priced at. I think they're a fantastic option, and after I had my review time with them, we decided to begin carrying them. So they will be on the website probably either this weekend or next week. So like I said a minute ago, if you are planning on buying the DZO lenses, the Pictor zooms, definitely give us a couple days and get them from us, because that will help us a lot, especially in the new industry. B&H doesn't need help. They're fine through the coronavirus mess. Lee, you're not wrong. I think that if the whole Pictor thing goes well, I mean, they had their previous project, I can't say it without sounding like an idiot, but the Ling Lung lenses for Micro Four Thirds, they did okay, but that wasn't really the market for that kind of lens. I think these Super 35, super tiny, super lightweight, I think they'll do well. That said, I don't think that the Pictor zooms are going to be the best pairing for Komodo specifically, because they are still pretty heavy. They are a solid metal body, and that adds quite a bit of weight. So I do still very much believe that the Fujinon MKs, once we finish that RF conversion, will be the ideal solution. But for other stuff like Alexa Mini, all the Canon bodies, anything Super 35, the DZO stuff is unbelievable what it is for that price. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the DZO lenses are better than something like a Fuji or a Zeiss. I'm just saying that at that price, it's really impressive. In fact, I think I still have them here. There's not really any good way to live stream lens tests. You know, we could point them at a test chart or any subject, but the compression that we get with live streaming is just, it just wouldn't do any lens justice. How is it compared to the MKs? Compared to the MKs, it's not as good optically, but it's also nearly half the price. So again, the price to performance is unbelievable. But optically, the MKs will definitely come out ahead. All right, that feels fantastic now. Gear time, that's good. I'm gonna go see if I can find those Pictor zooms so you can get an idea of how small they really are. More time. So again, comparing to the MKs, who asked that? George asked that. To me, the biggest difference, aside from image quality, because a lot of people are pretty loose on image quality, is the weight. All right, that guy is done. And I want to show you that weight difference. You see the numbers there. All right, So I usually do it in grams. I don't know if, I guess pounds are probably easier, most people watching. But for starters, you know what, here, I'll use this as a starter. This is a 3514 excuse me, Contax. So that, 1 pound, 7 ounces. The Pictor, 20 to 55, pretty compact, pretty small. £3 pounds, 7 ounces. And then right in between there, take the caps off, because I took the caps off the Pictor. There's the MK. Oh, even that's a Fuji MK 18 to 55 in RF mount, and that is a mere 2 pounds 2 ounces. So it's perfectly between a super tiny photo lens and the Pictor. So it's, I mean, the difference in weight is pretty significant. That's almost, what was this one? 2 pounds, no, sorry, 3 pounds 7 ounces. And that's 2 pounds. So it's more than a pound less on the MK. .1 T. I mean, at that point, it's negligible. There's really no practical difference between T28 and T29. Phil, the RF mount conversion will be on both zooms, not just the 18 to 55. So yes. Losing the critical, oh, on the wide end, yeah. That was, when these first came out, my first thought was they just re-barreled a Fuji MK, but it's definitely not the case. I have a prototype of the, yes, I do. What is your question, though? I don't get it. You want to see the weight of the long one, Phil? Yeah, the price, that's what I'm saying, George, is the price difference is, it's hard to argue there. Is this a 95? It is a 95 front. Look at that. Beautiful Duclos Pro cap on there. The weight diff on the long ones, I don't have a 50 to 135 MK handy, but I have the other Pictor zoom handy. Let me grab that. I dropped something down here. Oh, support foot. .50 to 125 Pictor. Almost identical barrel size. £3 pounds 12 ounces, so just a touch heavier than the other Pictor zoom. I mean, hello from Singapore. what mounts do you have for the MKs? We have, obviously, E-mount. That's the mount it starts in. They're available in Micro Four Thirds, and this prototype is the RF. So any day now we'll begin offering it in RF mount. Oh wow, that got dinged. Not by me. This is what I'm talking about when I'm telling people to check their gear teeth. That could definitely cause a motor to skip off. Oh, that's almost too shiny. I mean, that is bare metal. This will end up getting anodized. Oh yeah, George, the MKs are only for mirrorless people. They'll never be good for EF or PL or anything like that. I don't know why this is jammed up now. There it goes, macro. I hope that didn't get busted in the field. Yeah, the image quality really is, for this size and weight, it's impressive. All right, done with weighing drugs, lenses. Let's go on to that 35. Let's change our bingo, 3514. Okay. Oh, I believe my playlist ended here. Go back to the top. Okay. With my Leica M lenses, I'm addicted and they're bankrupting me. So there's not a whole lot of difference between drugs and lenses. That's okay, George. That makes you an official lens geek. But does Yvonne have a problem with it? That's the only question. Oh my god. Is that her her way of passing time, puzzles? See, there's a good example of the asymmetric aperture I mentioned. See how it's not a perfect circle? You can't really notice it at larger apertures, especially when you're in the Ninja Star territory, but once you get really small, it's not symmetrical. And that's not uncommon for Contax primes at all. My 90mm Asymmetric purchase was well under the radar. Timed competitions, wow. She should stream that. I would watch that. Oh man, this is glued up real good. Well, I could pry it a little bit. Nope, can't even get that in there. Zeiss used way too much glue on this stuff. Wow. Hey Matt, I was wondering if all photo lenses use similar type of focusing mechanism. I once had a focus motor bump my Mamiya 55mm past its hard end stop and unscrew the front section of the lens. In that regard, no. There's a lot of different techniques to stop a focus helical from going past its intended point. Sometimes it's a pin, sometimes it's a block, sometimes it's a physical end to the threads and it just sort of jams. But there's a lot of different techniques there for lens manufacturers. Okay, I'm gonna go put this on the press real quick. I will be right back. Okay, that came off way easier than I thought it would. But you can see all the glue residue. I don't know how close this will focus. There you go. I have no idea why Zeiss Contax forget who made these, Cosina or whoever. I have no idea why they used so much glue. It was not necessary. Phil, are you still there? What would you say, given the fact that you've had a Komodo longer than most, and more lenses at your disposal than most, what has been your go-to so far? Been itching to film with my Cine-Mod R3s. What? Oh, and this is gonna have a ton of glue also. Awesome. More heat. There we go. I think zoom wide is a trio of Tokina 11 to 20 DZO. Yeah, okay. Oh, look at all that oil. All of this. The Fujinons are lighter than what? Lighter than DZO? Yeah, we just showed that. I think the 11 to 20 is a perfect pairing with the Fujinon zooms. Image quality and size and weight. So with those three, you could do 11 to 20 Tokina, the Fuji 18 to 55, and the Fuji 50 to 135, and you're covered from 11 all the way to 135. Does Canon make a doubler yet? An RF mount doubler? I don't think they do. This is pretty clean. I mean, there's almost no grease, which is a problem, but at least it's clean. It's only compatible with some lenses. How is that possible? Physically or optically? Interesting. The Xenar 3s are definitely a unique lens, not for everyone. Personally, I'm a fan of the Cine-Xenar 1s. Said no one ever. Yes, the telescoping ones. That was so bad. You blame me? Why? I've never pressured anyone to... Do I really? Was it during the salt test? Speaking of those lenses, Phil, I tried to convince Schneider to give me the poster of you saying Phil gets more Ks. That's from the Cine lens, or I didn't write Phil gets more Ks, no way. I would never say that. I laughed at that when I saw it. Oh, the image, okay. No, that was all, oh, what's that? I can't remember the name of the marketing company that Schneider uses. Xenars are their higher end Super 35. Xenons are the full frame, slower. Well, they're not slower, but cheaper. I usually don't encourage anyone to buy anything that they don't want to, but I will definitely say don't sell those Cine Xenars, Phil. I don't think you would, but I'm pretty confident those will be sought after in the future. And there's not a whole lot of them out there, so... The 14 is one other length prototype there. What's the other focal length? Longer. That's pretty sad, though. I mean, Schneider was... They were on the right track. Longer than 95. It's pretty long for a Super 35 format. They're my Pokemon, gotta catch them all. Good luck then. A wild Xenar appears. Oh no. I'm about to ship off an old classic lens today, Sigma 20mm f1.8. COVID closet clearing. I have a couple pieces of Sigma history. I have the first Foveon camera ever. Not the first unit, but the first model they made, the SD9. And it still takes fantastic pictures, albeit very low resolution. Always 3 times the resolution was on the box press push. So manual focus, hard stops, mechanically linked. Nice. What mount was that one, George? EF. The EF's 3. Oh man. It's not often you find a fully manual EF lens these days. Or, not these days, but back then. These days you'll find any Cine lens is fully manual EF. I have an 14 f2.8. Is your Leica M your primary camera these days, George? Perfect. Do you think or know if Zeiss has some wider lenses lined up for the Otis series? Or are they shifting their efforts more towards the mirrorless market? I know that they're considering other options. The problem with wider lenses for the Otis line is, for Zeiss to consider it an Otis, it has to be f1.4 and it has to be sort of penultimate image quality. So with those two requirements, that's difficult. They can go a little wider. They can go to maybe a 20 millimeter, maybe an 18, but that would be very large, very heavy, very expensive. I don't think that they would do anything. If they wanted to go to something like a 18 or wider, it would have to give something up. It would end up being a f1.8 or f2, and then they wouldn't consider it an Otis. You can call it a Milvis, and then we already have that. We've got a 25, we have a 18, 15, etc. $35.14. Done. My coffee is gross and cold, so it's time for a Red Bull. I will be right back. Okay, bit of an emergency. Out of Red Bull, so we're having water. And now we are on to the 85. That text is kind of hard to read, I think. Should have made that a little bigger. Which I can do. Oh yeah, here we go. There, that's better. There's another slightly oblong. Very, very minor. This glass is in great shape though. It's got a little smudge around the back. There you go. Now you can see it in the reflection. That should clean up though. It was a terrible wipe. Failed. It's got some stubborn staining there. My dream still camera right out of college was the Contax N1. Yeah. Do people not Cine-Mod the Milvus because it's a step down from Otis? No, we Cine-Mod tons of Milvus. The reason I don't do them on the stream too often is we sell the lenses with the mods more often than people send them back in for the mods. So it's usually when I'm doing these streams, I'm modifying lenses that a customer sent to us, not brand new lenses that have never been touched. Yeah, that's much better. That cleaned off. I've read that the whole barrel is the focus ring for the Milvus, making it pretty annoying to unmount. Only on some of the lenses, like the 35-1.4, I think the 25. Most of them, it's just one little rubber ring. But yeah, a couple of them, basically the whole front housing is the focus barrel. Except for the very front. None of them have a rotating front. There, that's a lot better. Those are some beautiful colors right there. That should have been the thumbnail. Oh yeah. I forget which one I used. Maybe I did use this one, just wasn't as colorful. All right, cracking in. Oh, let's, we got a decent audience now. Let's do a quick location roll call. What country or city you're watching from. I'll start. Chatsworth, California. London, all right. Burbank, home of the Mouse House. Seattle, very cool. Still in Mozambique. Still in Mozambique with the challenging shipping. Singapore, Germany. The booming metropolis of La Crosse, Wisconsin? I think, yeah. So we got a good mix around the country and then internationally. Oh, here's some not so uncommon damage on Contax primes. Let's see if I can get this to show up. Probably not. Maybe right there. Yeah, okay. So this tab that interfaces with the camera is a tiny gap right there. It's actually bent. So you can pull on it a little bit, but that means that this lens was probably dropped, or the camera was dropped, and it bent that tab. So it doesn't. It's not a huge deal because we're removing that anyway. But I could see it in the bend. You can see it in the shadow there. See how the shadow or the light reflection is a sort of a tapered reflection. It's pretty obvious there, right there. You can see the crease where it bent. Phil, when you say the home of the Mouse House, are you talking about like Disney Animation? Okay. Paris, all right, Paris. So Bat House. Sure, you could think of it like that. Have you ever been inside the Disney Animation building? The wizard hat? I mean, the building that has the wizard hat. Yeah, that's fantastic. I have a friend there that is pretty high up. Yes, but have you been in the hat? That's the real, the meeting room that was bugged for the FBI and everything. And then Phil, you know Evelyn, who is an Imagineer. If you ever, I mean, they're kind of furloughed right now, but if you have the opportunity when all the COVID stuff is over, definitely hit up Evelyn, and she can get you a tour of the Imagineer building, which is pretty awesome. Yvonne says she was what, in the hat? Oh, that's cool. It's like a time capsule. It's all unchanged. Actually, I don't know if it still is, because they did a big renovation about 2 years ago. But I would like to think that they left the wizard hat untouched, because that was historic. Oh, quick update for anyone that was here last weekend and was asking about the tool sets. They are being manufactured right now, and I should have them available maybe next weekend. So make sure that you subscribe and watch the stream next weekend, and we will do some kind of super special, maybe a giveaway, maybe a discount. We'll do something. Maybe we'll do custom brand or custom engraving. What's this week's quiz? What are you talking about? Did you miss it? You're supposed to administer the quiz, George. You're the quiz master. Yeah, I agree, Antonio. I think that will be the perk. We'll do custom names or logos or whatever you want, really. But yeah, the shell, I mean, it'll still have all this because that's how we're making them, but maybe like right in the center we can do your name or a company logo, whatever you want. But yeah, this thing's been in my bag. I've been using it straight for 3 months now, so I've been very happy with it. What single lens you have modded the most time since Duclos started messing with stuff? Oh, I don't know. That's not a quiz. That's just a question for me. That is a good question, though. I don't know about a specific model, but I would probably say Leica Rs. Leica R or the ZF2 classics. ZF and ZF2. I would have guessed Ingenue. Well, we don't really mod that much. We service those. If you're talking about service and repair, then I would probably say Ingenue 24-290. We see those all the time. There's always a 24-290 in the shop for service. Well, it's not, I always have to justify that. It's not because they're prone to breaking down or anything. It's because they're so common and they get used so much. They just require more maintenance because of how frequently they're used. PL conversion and gearing. What's your personal opinion on Leica Rs versus Contax Zeiss? Personally, I prefer Leica Rs, but that's just my personal style. I like the image that the Leica Rs provide. That said, you can give a set of Leica Rs and a set of Zeiss Contax to a talented cinematographer, and they'll get beautiful pictures either way. You will have all my ZF soon. Yes, Antonio, you, like I said, if timing works out, we should be doing your lenses on stream next weekend. Have you ever modded / shot with the 55 1.2 or 85 1.2? Are you talking about the like the anniversary edition Contax, or are you talking about like Nikors? So the Contax, yeah. I've modded them for sure. I don't know that I've shot actual content. I know I've shot like test charts and stuff, but that's not, I don't consider that shooting with them. Everything that we've modded goes on the projector. So that's just so that anyone that's watching is actually interested. Everything that I show on the stream is most of the Cine-Mod, but not all. When the lenses come in, they go through a very thorough check process that we essentially report back to the client. If there's anything that will prevent them from working properly, or if there's anything we feel needs to be addressed before we do the modifications. And in that process, they go onto test equipment or test bench. After what I do on the stream is done, they go back to the collimator and the flange depth gets adjusted so the infinity focus is perfect. I don't do that on the stream because there's no way to, I can't take this whole setup and bring it over to the collimator. So even if I could, it would be boring. It would just be me looking into an eyepiece. So I always have an idea. Point of that is that I always have an idea of what the lenses are doing. Even if I don't put them on a camera, I know what I'm looking for on the projector, and I kind of know what to expect. I've been told modding the Contax Zeiss are trickier than Leica R's. Has that been true in your experience? Yes. Well, there's a lot more variety in modding the Leica R's. So some lenses are really tricky and some lenses are a breeze. Zeiss Contax are a little more consistent across the range. But they can be more troublesome, especially with the screws. The screws are notorious for stripping. But other than that, they're pretty similar across the board as far as modding goes. Is there any reason why people seem to prefer the 28 Leica R over the 25? I don't know. Isn't the 28 faster? I can't remember. The 28 version 2 is definitely higher image quality. I know that for sure. But the version 1 is not a very good lens. I don't know why anybody would pick that. Maybe because it's cheaper or easier to find. Okay, how about this for a quiz? What is the name of the chief lens designer behind the Leica R lenses? The chief lens designer? That I don't know. I know there was a large team. Andre being among them, if that's who you're talking about. I don't know that he was chief. Mandler, that's Phil's guess. Everyone's Googling it right now, that's why everyone's silent. Yep, for which? Mandler or Andre de Winter? Walter Mandler, Ed Elkan. There you go. There's another reason why you shouldn't be concerned about made in Germany or made in Canada, because if Mandler was at Elkan, then they're all technically Canadian anyway, so. Oh, this one's pretty messy. It's got a lot of gunk. And this has been modified. Ooh. I just saw that. See this? I'm not sure the best way to show it. This surface right here was filed after it was anodized, which means it didn't quite have enough travel, and someone, instead of correcting it in the linkage, just filed this down to get it to move just a bit further. And that is wrong. That is very wrong. Oh no, we're almost out. Is there a rule of thumb about what version of Leica R is best? I've heard that the 19mm version 1 also doesn't have great performance. That's true. The 19mm version 1 does not have great performance. There is no rule of thumb. It is safe to assume that if there's a version 2, it's an improvement over the version 1. That said, if you're looking at Leica Rs, if you're considering Leica Rs, you're probably not looking for the best performance. You're looking for something with a little bit of character, in which case, what's wrong with the the Leica R version 1, the 19mm version 1 has more character than the version 2. So that's why I say there is a safe assumption, but I would definitely not consider it a rule of thumb. If you want the best image quality, don't get Leica Rs at all. Get something like Zeiss Milvis or Zeiss Otis. But if you want that character, don't put too much thought into which version of the Leica R is better than the other. Which I've been preaching for a long time, and I think that logic is finally starting to catch on. At least I hope. Are the Leica R's in the new Squarespace SF? I think you mean ShareGrid? Squarespace is exiting the website business, getting into lenses. Technically they are. We used a set of Leica R's rehoused by GL Optics. So the glass is the same. The glass will be representative of the image. There were a set of Nikons in there as well, so you could compare those two vintage lenses. But we did not include Zeiss Contax, sadly. My Leica R set is 19, 24, 35, 50, 80, 100, 135. And the Tokina 11 to 16 just for fun. That doesn't match. One of these things is not like the other. Steven, hey Matthew, I know you said Leica R glass was made in the same factory as old Panavision glass. Do you know of any other manufacturers that use glass from that same factory? Elcan did a lot of different side businesses, Panavision included. They did a lot of military stuff. I don't know. I don't think there's any other commercial products they did. With so much repeated movement with your hands, are you worried about repeated hand injury? My father was a jewelry repairman and had to use those hands. Yeah. I am, I guess. I still consider myself very lucky. I had an injury when I was younger. I don't know if this will show up on camera. Right there. I ran a knife blade through my palm, almost coming out the other side, and I accidentally, obviously, but had I been off by a couple inches or a couple centimeters in either direction, that could have been the end of my career as a technician. So yeah, I'm sure I'm high risk for arthritis when I'm older. I don't know that I can do anything about it. That makes sense. I noticed that one of the companies that does rehousing didn't have the 24mm on their website, but had the 28, while PS Technic had both 24 and 28. Yeah, the 28 version 2 is much more complex because it has a floating element design. So for the companies that are doing the carriage-based rehousings, they can't do it. Hand squeezers, they work. Oh, like the grip things? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I have had other technicians recommend those. I didn't know. I assumed at the time that it was just for, dexterity and hand strength. I didn't realize it was a preventative thing. So I will definitely look into that more. I definitely want to be doing this as long as I am capable. It's all I've ever done. It's all I ever want to do. Aside from working at Hollywood Video when I was 17, whatever, part-time, and having a side gig as a commercial photographer for a couple years, all I've ever done is lens repair and modding. Keeps the muscles in your hands in shape, yeah. I mean, I'd like to think that with the amount of, jewelers, I get everything they do is delicate, everything they do is tiny, but on the bigger lenses that we service, there's a lot of, full hand grip that goes into servicing those. So I like to think that sort of evens it out. It's not just the little tiny things over and over. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff like that. Tim and George, the Minolta stuff, and Ingenue teaming up with Tokina, and all of those. If anybody here is a brand specific enthusiast, you're in for a disruption, because lenses from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution have been incestuous. I have the I'm lucky enough to have toured many lens factories, and there's never been a factory that I went to where there wasn't a portion of my visit where they say, oh, pretend you didn't see that. So, if that gives you any idea of how intertwined the lens business is. I have a friend who is Leica purist. He won't buy non-Leica M lens. Oh yeah, that's my Zeiss Icon, which is already taboo because it's an M mount camera, but not Leica. All I put on it is Voigtlander and Zeiss glass. I don't put any Leica lenses on it. There goes the vacuum again. There is something magical about Leica M's, though. I agree. They definitely have a unique look to them. Forgot about Voigtlander. Yeah. I do love my Voigtlander glass. Which is another incestuous topic. The Voigtlander is no longer a real manufacturer. It's just the brand name that Cine uses for their own lenses. Zeiss, among others, use the Cine factory to make a lot of their stuff. Just curious, how are most lenses assembled in the factories? I mean, manually or by robots? Almost entirely by hand. There's some small procedures that are sort of maybe like a group of elements are sealed by a machine, but it's not like you would think like an automotive factory where there's arms going everywhere doing everything. It's almost exclusively by hand. The ZM35 Biogon. Ooh. $50 Summilux. Yep, there you go. I will probably agree with you there, George. Which is why I'm still pretty disappointed there's no Fast 50 for the Sigma FP. I want a native L mount high-speed 50. Join late. What's your favorite lens, Matthew, other than the Hollywood? The Hollywood is definitely not my favorite. They do have some, George. They just introduced the 85, but they had the 35 f1.2, which I love, but it's too big, it's too heavy. Prismism, that's a cool name. To answer your question, my favorite lens? There's so many. I don't know that I could ever pick just one, but the lens that I've used the most in the last couple years, and it's not that it's my favorite lens, it just checks a lot of convenient boxes, is the Midicon 35mm f0.95 version 2. Because for the last couple of years I've been a Fuji guy, so that lens on my Fuji X Pro 2 has been an absolute dream combination. And George, you can use the existing art lenses with an MC21 adapter that will get them from EF to L mount. But I don't like using adapters like that. I want the super compact, nimble, portable setup. Oh, and the Contax line. Oh, probably this one right here. The 85-14. If I had a native Contax camera, yeah, I think this would be one of the main lenses on it. Or if I was using this for motion picture in EF mount, yeah, the 85 or maybe maybe the 50, but I would probably lean more towards the 85. It would also depend on what camera. If we were talking about a Super 35 camera, then yes, I would actually probably lean towards the 28 Hollywood. But for full frame, the 85 for me. This song has to be ejected here. Where is this? That's better. Okay. Off to ship a Sigma. Anytime, George. Any Saturday. Have a good weekend. Tell Yvonne, Aubrey, and I said hello. prefer the look / coating of the AEs or MMs? I don't have a preference as far as the coatings go. Also, have you ever worked on the Contax 100 to 300? A few lens techs have told me they won't even open it up. I don't think I've ever seen that lens. There's a couple of lenses that we just won't touch. I mean, outside of the usual Russian. We don't touch anything Russian. But for complexity reasons, we don't touch the Leica 28 to 70, I think. No, what is it? 35 to 70. The expensive one. They usually sell for around 10,000-ish. In fact, I don't think Leica even accepts it for service because it's just too complex. Okay, I think, is that all of them? Is there one more? Yeah, but 50. With no lens caps. I don't like it when people send stuff without caps. I understand we're doing the conversion and it's going to get the caps anyway, but it just means that it didn't have caps, which is a big no-no. Oh, let me change. We're going backwards now. It's a 51.4. I could tell right away. See all this? I mean, it's a smaller lens to begin with, but you could see the engravings are pretty full of dirt and gunk. You know, if you compare that to... That's pretty clean there, but then you look at these and they're sort of brown. So this has been pretty heavily used. The lubrications are really light. Well, that came off easy. That's good. It's a good sign. Don't worry about it, Antonio. If we're doing the mods for it, it's fine. It's when someone sends it in and they specifically don't get a front ring and a cap, and then we have to ship it back to them with either a temporary, like a throwaway cap that we just happen to have here, or a Kim wipe with a rubber band like you just saw. But if we have to ship them out without protection, it's just not good for anybody. Some of these are pretty chewed up. Okay, like this one here. And it doesn't show great. I gotta... Maybe I could use that... Hold on. I don't know if this will work. There we go. Oh, there you go. Look at that. See how chewed up that screw head is? Those bits right there. That's concerning. Oh, can I turn up brightness here? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's much better. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So that's a little concerning. And then this one's not great either. That one's not too bad. Yeah, so these I've seen a lot worse on Contax, but that one. Which one was it? I think it's this one. Yeah, that's a little concerning. That rounded, flat part, it's obviously been abused. That's a little bit concerning. Let's get rid of that camera. I should just attach that to the front of my screwdriver so you can see exactly what I'm doing. So that's where, like I said before, I've been testing these bits for almost 3 months now, I think. It's on stuff like this. If this was not the quality that I would need, this would snap or it would flake off or it would bend under high pressure like that. But I've been pretty happy with them so far. Oh, that's a lot of thread locker. My camera. Oh no. There we go. Thank you, Antonio. No, I was just doing this for 20 minutes. This grease isn't in terrible shape. But it's also not good. So. Overall, this whole set has been pretty good. These click stop detents are very shallow. I've never seen a Contax lens with such shallow detents. Do you ever get lenses that are in really bad condition? Yes, we do. Especially in the last 6 months or so. And I assume it's because the supply of vintage lenses is starting to dwindle. So, like I mentioned earlier, every time when a lens comes in, it goes through a whole procedure. It's not just me that works here. There's a whole staff of people that also do what I do, as well as administrative stuff. So when a lens comes in for mods, it gets received, it gets entered into our system, and it goes to a technician, me or someone else, whoever, and it gets evaluated. We put it on our test equipment, we run it through a whole battery of tests, and we balance between giving the client relevant information and not scaring them into doing more work than they wanted to do. It's almost like we have to have bedside manner. We can't get a lens in and say, hey, this thing is junk. You need to give us more money to fix it. We try not to do that as best as we can. But if a lens is not going to function the way it could or should, then we let the customer know and we let them choose if they want to fix something or if they even want us to explore it further. But I'm a consumer just like our customers are, and I don't like taking my car in to get serviced for, an oil change or something, and they say, oh, well, you need a whole new transmission or whatever, just an example. So we try our best not to be those guys. But if a lens really could benefit from some additional repair, then we'll definitely give the customer the option to do that. It's almost like a split between automotive service and a doctor. If these lenses are your children and you bring your child to the doctor and because they have a cough, and then the doctor says, oh, well, we need to admit them to the ER right away and give them this medication, that medication, all this stuff. That's terrifying to a parent. So we don't want you to send your children, your lenses, to us only to have us say, oh, no, you need to do all this stuff. So we try to make sure we balance that really well. We also take exhaustive notes so that if it's something that isn't detrimental to the performance of the lens, say there's like a bump in the focus or a really tiny scratch on the front element, something like that, we note all of that stuff so that if the customer gets the lens back, they don't say, hey, you modded my lens and now it's got a scratch on the front. We can pull up that record and say, no, that was there. That's how we received it. And we have a huge database of images and records and basically condition notes and what we've done to lenses going back 20-something years, 25 years, because it includes notes from when my father was at other rental houses. And he's just kept them his whole life. Wow, this is really caked on. I don't know what that is. How did your dad get into lens servicing? He worked at Ingenue on the East Coast here in the U.S. Back in the 70s, the 60s and 70s, they had a division called Computer Optics that was owned. The parent company was Ingenue, so it was Ingenue U.S. And he started out working there, basically at the bottom, doing lens edging and grinding, processing, basically glass processing is what they would call it. And worked his way up and eventually got into the service department. That was the late 70s. So then in, what was it? No, sorry. That was the late 70s. And then moved here with us in 1989 to work at Claremont Camera servicing lenses. He was the head of the lens department there. What are the pitfalls to doing a mount and declick to lenses oneself? Oh, geez. Depends on the lens, really. I think one of the biggest pitfalls, especially with lenses like these, the Contax Zeiss, is stripping the screws. If you don't know, it's definitely a technique thing, not necessarily the tools. I was talking earlier about how I really like these bits because they work really well, but even with a very, very high quality driver, someone that doesn't have good technique or the skill can ruin the screws, and then you're stuck. You have to drill them out, or the technician that you send them to has to drill them out, and it takes what would have been a very quick modification and turns it into a very expensive repair. I would say that's probably the biggest pitfall with Zeiss Contax lenses specifically. Other than that, clocking and timing is always difficult if you don't know the correct procedure and the correct timing for if you're digging into the focus section, or the iris for that matter, with reassembling this. That can be very specific. So just knowing how they go back together or looking for clues along the way, just be meticulous. Take notes. That's always a good piece of advice. You can't possibly have too many notes when you're disassembling a lens. Diagrams, pictures, whatever. Is that not focusing again? There we go. Scott, you mentioned the supply of vintage lenses becoming smaller. Can you talk about that some more? I mean, it's supply and demand. It's pretty simple. There's only so many vintage lenses out there. And we've been doing the Cine-Mod for over 10 years now. There's only so many lenses left to be snatched up. And they're only going to become fewer because the more they get used, the more they get damaged, the more they get broken and dropped and whatever. So they're only going to become more and more rare. The iris gear is almost identical to the focus gear. It's just slightly thinner. The 35 f1.4 has a separate group of elements in the front with their own threading. How would one determine the correct position? Does it require special equipment to measure? No, not special equipment. You would measure the gap, basically, between 2 points, any 2 points really. And then you have to pay extra close attention to where the thread separates. So when you go to put it back together, you have those two numbers basically. It's not dissimilar from, I don't even know where they are anymore. Oh. So I think I've showed these on the stream before, but these are the notes. So every time I would do like a Zeiss super speed, we record, that's blank. We record those exact numbers, the front gap, the rear gap, the turns, the count of turns from where we started at infinity to where it separates. So every super speed I've ever done, I have a sticky note for. And that's for basically a full overhaul. I should count these someday. The new microphone you're using picks up a bubbling sound. Oh, you know what that is? I'm pretty sure it's the autofocus on this lens because it's a cheap lens on the top-down one. Maybe. I don't know. I can't hear it. I'm only monitoring through an AirPod, so maybe it's not high enough quality. Let me mute the music for a second. I'm gonna see if I can hear it. I do hear it. Now I'm determined to get rid of it. What is that? I don't know what it is. All right, well, Antonio is using amazing speakers. I do hear it, but it's very minor, very subtle. I'm pretty sure it's the autofocus. It's like constantly clicking. It's got to be this EQ. Or it's just ambient noise. Just like, no, don't give me a thumbs down for bubbles. Yeah, I can hear the clicking in the camera. I wonder if that's it. All right. I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. Let me get back to the lens here. Okay. That's so weird. It's showing up on the scope here. I'm gonna leave it though. All right, I dropped the gate a tiny bit, so maybe it will eliminate that sound. Thank you, Prismism. the whole thing started as really just a way to stay connected with people through the quarantine here in LA, but it has definitely snowballed, and I look forward to Saturdays now. The microscope cam that worked out well because I've had that for a very long time for looking at really small things. But being able to show you guys on the stream, it's pretty helpful. I might just turn off the autofocus on this thing. I don't think it does much anyway. It's a terrible lens. See, I was showing some other people earlier who was asking about the pitfalls. I can't find that message. Anyways, one of the issues that you can run into is the timing on the iris, which I showed everyone a little earlier. But if you watch, it stops moving there, but you still have this whole range that's sort of what we call lost motion. It's not doing anything. See that? How I can rotate the iris ring, but nothing actually happens? That's a potential pitfall. So that timing has to be very carefully adjusted. How miserable is the 28 to 85 to take apart? I don't take it apart, so pretty miserable. There, so now that I have it correctly timed, it moves all the way through the range. Actually, that's not perfect, and it must be perfect. Better, much better. Okay. Does the CY Zeiss 8514 develop haze inside? Everyone I've had does. Not specifically. I mean, it might be a little more open to the elements, but I don't think that it's not attracted to more moisture. How do you compare these Contax lenses to the super speeds? I don't really. I think there's some people out there that claim that the glass is the same, but it's really, really not. The overall look might be remotely similar, but the actual optical design is not the same. Focal length beside, they have almost nothing in common. With companies like Siri making affordable anamorphics and popularity of focal reducers, I'm surprised we haven't seen rear anamorphic adapters reducers. Are there technical limits? No, rear anamorphic is not difficult to do at all. We make our own. Duclos Lenses makes a rear anamorphic. We have for a long time, but its rear anamorphic is not going to give you the look that you'll get with something like a front anamorphic, which kind of defeats the purpose. Nobody is shooting anamorphic for the field of view these days, or the angle of view. Everybody's shooting anamorphic for the look, and you won't get that look with a rear anamorphic. Any issues with import charges if I ship from the UK? Do we both just mark as gift? No, that's fraud. I'm going to give you all a PSA as far as shipping lenses for mods, and this goes for anywhere that you ship them for mods, not just to me. You know, there's other companies out there, and I don't know if they know this, but I'm going to give it away anyway. When you're sending lenses for mods, don't send it as a gift, because that's fraudulent, and don't send it with a $0 value, because then if it goes missing or something happens to it, you're screwed. What you do, talk to your local shipping company and specify that it's being sent for repair and return. Those are those key words, repair and return, which means you're not buying it. You're not shipping anything to us for us to buy, and we're not selling anything to you, the product itself. Yes, we're selling you a service, but if you ship it as repair and return, then you're basically saying, yeah, I'm shipping this out, I promise it's coming back. And you keep all your paperwork. If customs says, hey, we're charging you duty, you say, no, I shipped this out, here's my paperwork showing I shipped it out, and here it is coming back in. So that's the trick for shipping lenses for mods: repair and return. Remember that. And in some cases, you'll want to specify no value for customs. That's depending on how you're shipping them. I will say that's one, yeah, LOL. That is one facet of our business that we are very strict about. We're a very small family business, and we can't afford to be caught in any sort of fraudulent or scheming plots. We get audited all the time for taxes, and we get people constantly say, oh, can I just pay in cash, no big deal, or hey, can you ship this back to us and just say it's $20, not thousands, whatever. But we are as by the book as you can be, because we just don't need that risk. Okay, sorry, my AirPod died. which stills lenses are going to become popular in the next few months. You're asking me to predict the future? I don't know what happened to my EQ. Oh, there it is. That's very hard to say. Fatal touch. We have seen an uptick in Mamiya Secor lenses, probably because everyone's looking for larger format lenses. I don't know that that's a good reason to get Mamiya Secor lenses. Too many dumb people thinking they give you a medium format look with a speed booster. It is a very widespread misconception. Speed boost an 8x10 lens to micro four thirds, you're still going to be right back where you were with, you know, I mean, there's absolutely no benefit to that. That's, to me, full frame is the sweet spot because that's the format that lens manufacturers have been refining for, I don't know, 75 years or something like that. All right. Oh, this was the one that didn't have caps, so that's trash. And I think I'm done. I had a 135, but it's already 2:40 in the afternoon, so I'm gonna call it there. As usual, you can hang out while I clean up and ignore those phone calls. Anybody still here? Oh yeah, they got it. Like I said, next weekend we will probably have the kits officially available. Super handy. And we'll do some kind of promotional thing for you guys, let you get them either custom engraving or discounted or something like that. Weirdly entertaining. Why? It's weird? It's not weird for me. I guess some people have said it's like a geekier version of ASMR. Just wanted to say thanks for all the information between this and your posts on CML. My pleasure, Sean. I don't post on CML as much as I probably should, but there's so many fiery, opinionated people on CML these days that I don't feel like getting in any flame wars. As usual, like, subscribe, all those things. We're not going to bombard you with content, so subscribing will help us. Strong opinions on CML? No. Strong opinions, and actually, as of late, false information. There's been a lot of people that are spewing stuff that's just downright inaccurate. And I feel bad for, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting his name. Holy cow. Jeff, I feel bad for, thank you, Phil. I feel bad for Jeff because he can only do so much to mitigate that. You know, he's got sponsors and what, and he can't ban a sponsor for saying something that's false. So, but it's still a good historic resource. Which is why I'm careful, because I know that whatever I say on CML will be there forever. Like the people talking about how full... Yeah, exactly, Sean. It's a bunch of garbage. It's physics. It's all physics. It doesn't change anything. To clarify that topic, what's happening when people are saying that full frame changes the way your face looks... It's not the format, it's not the lens, it's not the aperture, it's not the focal length, it's the distance. When you use a different focal length lens and you get closer or farther, that changes the way a face looks. Rant over. I'm done. I'm not gonna get into it. And that's it. We're done. Actually, I need to clean this anyway, so that is going to go. Nice polished wood. Alright, guys. Thank you again, and I will see you next Saturday.